What's up, you beautiful bitches and men? How's it going? I hope you enjoy Crazy Hair Day. That's what Mapcrap is today. Connor's jumping to all the different platforms to wave me. What's up, Veek? Smoochie? I saw what you just sent. I can give you BMPs. Although the second map isn't really finished. Like, the decor isn't finished and the layout isn't final. But I can send you what I got for it right now. The third map, on the other hand, is like super rough. Almost no decoration. I don't really know how useful it'll be. So I would wait on sending you that. But I can send you the other two. They're in reasonable states, generally speaking. So I've got to, I've actually been setting up my file structure before I started streaming. That's why I was late, because I was actually working on Mapcrap. Who would have guessed? Let me just send those things. I'll just have to quickly delete the placeholder. Graphics, or whatever these are, town hall placements. Did I get them all? I think so. I might have forgotten. That's fine. Crapping you? What is this? The Soviet Union? So UAD Commander is joining us for his first Mapcrap in this season. This threeism. I guess I should pick my... I think you'll find time. I figure you're still struggling with the code of the UED, so you probably don't have your stuff ready for Fraud Night later on today. Is that an accurate assumption to me making? Oh, it will be ready. Cool. Excellent. GPTPN. What could that possibly mean? I think that was supposed to be for new. That's just really funny to me.
It's not like it was.
Now there's an idea. I'm getting an idea. Fear my idea, for it shall send you into the depths of Eng. What do you mean by teleportation? To take all available stuff from the queue? This is a good one. Bing 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 bong bong bing 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 bong bong. Well, I think the idea is that you're not really treating it like a normal queue, right? You're treating it as in all of these units are already on standby to deploy. So whatever you have supply for should probably be taken. So I guess it would be like in the queue because the player orders them in a certain order, right? If I order Marine, Firebat, Ghost, and for whatever reason the Firebat has 2 supply cost in this example, Marauder, I guess, whatever. If I only have 3 supply, it would do Marine. Oh, I don't have enough supply for this other one. Ghost. In that sense, that would make more sense. And then if the player wanted, like, if the player complained about that, they should just order their units in a different way. Like, if the Firebat was higher priority for some reason, that would be, like, on them, you know what I mean? What's up, Luciferius? So, yeah, I mean, I look at that and I think that's totally reasonable behavior, what you were just describing, where it takes what is... That would be better than not giving you anything when you technically have supply for something. Bing bing bong 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 bing 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 bong bong bong. I mean that's what I'm just arguing insofar as like that makes sense to me as like a thing to do. So if you were already thinking that that was how it was going to be. Dude, this is my jam. I gotta listen to this one more often. Big moving day for you. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly for you. And that it's nice and easy. Even if that is not very likely, I still hope for that. And besides, at least you know it's like, well, it might be annoying, hard labor, but it's not forever. I keep wanting to save after each little tiny change. But I don't actually want to save until I play some shit, so... I guess that's probably still just superstition, isn't it? The whole, if you save it as a Brood War map, it's not actually a Brood War map. Oh, so you're fine then. Well, I just hope settling into the new place is good. Yeah, that's my theme, is map must include Ahmed. File that corresponds to the night color palette is... tileset badlands.wpe. I also have badlands n.wpe, which is presumably from some... it's like the older one or something. Or maybe it's even a newer one that we decided not to go with. Wait, what the fuck? Tell your wife you work hard to be able to play video games. In front of her friends. What a fucking... You got any spare punch emojis lying around? Please note, I am not condoning. Domestic battery. Comedy podcast. Etc. Oh, okay. So it's convenient for everyone. You called it the fleet? As long as you don't feel like she's literally shoving you out of the way, like, fuck you off. So, how are things? Badlands tile set still needs a lot of work. Are you moving into a bigger or smaller place? Yeah, I definitely had no idea what the fuck I was doing here. It's so funny looking over an old tile set and being like, wow, I've come a long way. It's like, it's a fucking tile set, but really, I did. I improved a lot just in the department of making those things. Alright, let's see what I actually have in here. Looks like I kept that mostly clear. Alright, before I go too crazy with that, I'm going to finish the layout here. I don't want to be going nuts over minor changes and or even major changes in the tile set. Well, I hope you have some fun. I'm going to replace a lot of these with different ramps, but I don't have any of those imported to this tile set right now, so. I always have a laugh at this particular one. At least they knew to get a good beat behind it. What's up, Alexander? You joining us for Mapcrap, dude? I ask you this every single Mapcrap, and I'm not going to stop, so. Hell yeah. Well, I don't know about stable. UED Commander is doing some testing to see if there's any desyncs in his War in Heaven mod. But he's been making some pretty good progress, by all accounts. So. What's up, DF? Is it Mapcrap time for you? I think it might be. Oh, I actually do have some of these RAM sensors. Do I have the one that I was looking for? Hell yeah. I had an idea that was basically like a scene, like it would be a cutscene. I didn't pick the right tile set for it to really be delivered properly, but I had some idea where it was like all of the map crappers, and I would just do impersonations of their voices. And so you'd have like Hoop Thrower in there, and he would have some line where he goes, "I must concur. Yes, bye." And then, and you know, I'd have Balethal, I'd have DF, I would have UED, I'd have everybody. I'd just do a fucking impersonation of all of them, and they would basically be convening, and you wouldn't really know what they were convening about, but they were talking intently. And then at the end, they declare war on Ahmed. So. You. I haven't really heard you speak enough, so it would probably be bad. Not that any of the other ones would be good, but who knows? Really, it's just there's a lot of characters actually. When I really think about like the number of people who Mapcrap, it's an impressive number. Somebody is smashing. Oh no, that's my dog. Well, that's something I forgot I would ever say. Yeah, I also haven't really heard you speak that much. Like, obviously, we used to talk a bit more often when we were testing Hydra, and you destroyed me by saying, haha, gotcha. And that's pretty much my most poignant memory. But, that's it. Oh, wait, I can do this. Check this out. Fuck yeah, I'm a genius. Yeah, honestly, Balathal's Necron impersonation was so fucking spot on. Like, that guy... I even said this. I will be contacting Balathal to do the Necron bits in my future projects. Like, he could even do Mongo, honestly, in Toddborn. He knows how to do it, that's for sure. Glad I found these ramps. It would have been annoying to have to import them. Particularly if I imported them and then found out that they were there. That is YouTube in a nutshell. that, my friend, is simply expected these days. You. I use the M4A1S because it's more accurate, but I do find myself wishing I had an M4A4 more often sometimes. It really, like, it's one of those things that entirely is kind of map dependent, I think, and more so, like, it's one of the weirder things because it's not something you can just buy instead of, you know? Like, I actually think that the gun would be better if it was one that you could just pick. Instead of having to equip a different loadout, you could just pick which one you wanted. Because, like, sometimes it's just not good to have an M4A1S. You know, if you're just trying to spam through walls or something, that's why I say it's like map specific. Because on Vertigo or on Inferno, you oftentimes want to spam through certain areas, and you can't do that with an M4A1S. It has less armor pen, so it's less efficient to do that, amongst other things. So that really saps at its worth in those situations. But at the same time, there's going to be other points in those exact maps where I'm holding an angle and I want to be able to be precise with a couple bursts, and I'm way more precise with the M4A1S. It's just much easier to land headshot, like a headshot and then a body shot immediately with the first 2 bullets of that. So like the first bullet accuracy on the M4A1S, at least I am better with it, but it's meant to be like less spastic of a spray. Well, considering you typed it with the hyphen and everything, I have a feeling you already know what it is. Exposed. Yes, it used to be way worse, and I still used it then. At some point I had swapped over, because I was like, fuck that. But I swapped back when they buffed it to 25. I haven't checked it out. I mean, I know what the game is, like I've seen it be played before, but I haven't looked into it. It doesn't really seem like a game that I would like. You're the second person to ask me that in the time span of like 8 hours, though. Patrick was asking me about if I had it, and I said no, and he's like, "You'd be good at it," and I was like, I don't know what the fuck to say to that. Like, what exactly is that? I don't even know what that game is. It looks like it focuses a bit too much on like survival and inventory management for my liking, and the shooting mechanics do not. The thing, I'm like super spoiled. Like, if it's not as good as Counter-Strike, then why the fuck am I playing it? As far as shooting mechanics go, like if it's a shooter and it doesn't have good at shooting mechanics, like I just find no value in experiencing it, which is like just one of those things where like once your standards are a certain level, you're just not gonna be able to find joy in. Anything below that level. Not as much joy, anyway. It has to be, like, really good in the other areas. And I'm still going to hold that against it. Like, why the fuck did you... Why did you, slack off on the shooting? We might, I mean, if it proves to be a performant title, I could see us playing that on Fraud Night. But, it would have to be a reasonably priced title, so. I'm looking for a specific tile on my other monitor, and I am not finding what I need. In fact, I might not, there might just not be a blend for that. Oh. No, there is. Nice. Is that the only one for that one? It looks like it. Why are they still using that fucking sound sample? Yeah, I kind of expected it would be one of those games that requires a lot I'll check that in a second. I'm just finishing up some stuff here.
I'm very focused on my Mapcrap, okay? Stop trying to distract me. What are you trying to do? I bet you're going to vote brigade.
Still can't believe that happened. Here it is. It's actually surprisingly harder to find out the tiles that I'm looking for when it's in this dark palette. Oh my goodness. That's retarded. I can't believe that. Just completely cucked. Can't even play his own game anymore. He really was banned from Remastered. Wow, that is a scary thought from Ichabod. Holy shit. I told the guy don't use remastered ramps, and he says, gladly, my map no needs a ramp or something. Wow, that was actually what he said. That's scary as fuck. Oh, okay. I think anything with a class system that also tries to be a shooter, realistic or otherwise, is pretty much doomed to die. It's like kind of dead on arrival. It's like, what are you really going to accomplish with that? What even am I looking for? I don't know. I'll just have to keep that the way it is, I think. Good enough. Alright, we got a couple of base areas that I can set up. Wow, it's the first time I've looked at minerals in a while.
thinking. Let's get experimental.
Ah, you said ADS. You forgot the I. For the creep part, you might just have to do modify its orders to its idle. Like if you go to units.dat, you go to AI or whatever it is. There's like an AI tab in units.dat, and you might be able to just set the thing to script starting creep growth. You can look at what the hatchery or the creep colony have. If you do that, then after you do that, you can also just check out any of the advanced flags in the hatchery. Compare that to the command center, see if there's anything obvious there that might be useful. But obviously, you wouldn't want requires creep on. But in GPTP, there's like a larva hook or something. Spawn larva hook. I don't really remember. There's a creep larva hook. I don't remember the name of it, but you can find it, and there is a way to set up new units to work in that context to spawn creep. So it's like to spawn larva. So in that particular case, you would just find wherever it defines like hatchery, lair, hive, and you would add infested command center definition. Though again, I have no idea how that would work out with like if the structure was lifting off. I have no clue what would happen there, so just be careful with that. I remember spying a fixed set of those somewhere. Ah, here we are. Apparently I didn't do the whole set, or something's missing here. Oh, here it is. Perfetto. Road time, baby. I can tell I'm dropping a bit of weight because every single time I'm in this chair lately, I've been trying to like fold my legs over and sit on it like a yogi or something, like Buddha style. And I was like, before if I tried to do that, I would definitely feel like the chair was not supporting the weight. But now it's like, oh, whatever. Pretty cool. I'll take those small victories. Alright, I'm gonna hold off on detailing the rest of that up there. I'll finish this stuff though. Probably have to just put some details over there doodad-wise in order for that to be a more final type approach. I see the reverse one, but not the front-facing one. Here it is. All right. All right, we've cleaned this up now. Let's take the reverse one. What's up, Hoop? Yeah, I'm using the Hydra mod. As a base for this. Alright, now I just need to find my imported asphalt stuff. Ah, of course. It's not actually configured properly. Let me see if this is. No. Okay, that's configured properly. Alright, so I need to reorder that before I can finish assembling this stuff. Yeah, I think this stuff was imported in a dumbass way. That's what I think. Also, I think that one's sparkling. I don't even know what that is. Where's the end? Oh. Well, that continues it. Why did we import it this way again? What even is this? Alright, well there's that, but I still need I still need oh, here it is. Okay. Welcome back. An aerial bridge? If you mean like a bridge that connects two cliffs together, yeah, that we've already DF already made that. A land bridge. With like high dirt connected to high dirt with low dirt in the middle. I don't think it's in this tile set, but I used it in Stormborn as an example. Oh yeah, that was another thing I was going to look into. Fix that up. Okay. So I just have to re-index that particular BMP with the right settings, and we fixed that problem. Slap those pieces in there. Oh. Turns out I needed this. Bing, bing, bong, bong. Yeah, and I can't fill in the central parts of that shit until later. Because I've got to fix it. Alright. We're getting places. And on the plus side, I get to modify the tile set without potentially damaging the one from Hydra, since I'm using these local files. But I have a feeling I'll just quickly commit the changes anyway. So these are not aligned correctly. So what we need to do is... Wow. There is pretty much nothing here that is, This is so poorly organized. I am dying just looking at it. That's already imported correctly. Blood center. Okay. Where the mud at? There it is. I have to redo these ones as well, naturally. What was the other big thing I had to do? Oh yeah, well there's two big things. There's taking this and re-indexing it. That's not the right palette then. Maybe, I mean, it's the only one I seem to have, so... Let's see if that works out, and then I need to take the asphalt. I don't even know where that is. It's further up here. High asphalt. Yeah. I'm not actually sure if this will fit. How many groups do I have? 1792, 1807. That's 15 groups, which is 480 pixels. I might have to import this somewhere else. Oh, I guess I should have saved the fucking thing. Yeah, my Mapcrap map is using the Hydra tile set, or Hydra MPQ anyway, as a mod base, and I need to fix a lot of shit regarding the tile set, because it's just, it needs a whole facelift, pretty much, so that's what I've been working on. And you're working on GPTP, of course. Yeah, it's not gonna fit there. Ah, perfect. That's pretty awesome.
Entering hyperspace.
That's interesting. I like where you're going with that. Keep it coming. We have until Monday morning, Ichabod, for me. So right now it's 10:38 in the morning. I'm gonna stop streaming around 1-ish or 2-ish and get ready for Fraud Night. And then yeah, so the 13th, it'll be my morning. I usually start at 9, but since I work that day and I still want to do a mod stream after, I'm probably going to start a bit earlier. So you have until the end of that stream, whenever that is. So plenty of time. Okay, now I see what happened here. Alright, so that's an easy fix. That should be good now. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, I don't think I ever asked you about this, but I know you're gonna, obviously you were just talking about like scripting, and that includes AI, but if you, for your dialogue or whatever, if you want me to like proofread it, feel free to send it my way at some point. Unless you have somebody else for that, or you feel confident enough in doing it. I think your English is fine for conversation, but I know some people don't feel super confident about writing dialogue if they're like in English, if they're not a native English speaker. So if I can help with that, just let me know. I figure I'm gonna voice act some of it anyway, probably, so. I have two of the same exact tiles. Epic. No. Yeah, he's talking about his actual project. I'm not suggesting he needs to send his script to me for Mapcrap. I think he's got that down. Well, you know you can count on me. Just like Rainer says when you order him around. Thank you. Appreciate it. As it turns out, indexing the tiles with that palette is not good anyway because you lose color data, so it's better to export it from Jungle or find the raw tiles in that we're just using the old Badlands palette, index it with the Badlands NC palette, and then let the tile set palette take care of it. So, kind of convoluted, but... Oh wait, I'm not doing that. Well, that's a better way to do it anyway, I think. Didn't I re-import? Oh, I must not have re-imported the mud. I thought I did. But I guess I did not. Oh, well, it's in an uneven set of tiles anyway, so fuck it. Punch it in the head. In its stupid head. And it's good. Seems vaguely important, but I'm not doing it. Check. Yeah, I was almost certain I did that. In fact, I am certain I did that. What the fuck? Where did I put it? It's not down at the bottom. Oh, no, I did do it over here, but it's not the right set anyway, so it doesn't matter. Not the right number. Okay. What else do we got here? Fix that. Close that. What do you mean by periodic timer? Like every certain number of seconds do this? You would do a after your trigger is done, or before, if you want the timer to start with the very first trigger, you would do a wait and then a preserve trigger. But if if that trigger is owned by any other player that also has waits in their triggers, it will stack. So you got to be careful. It's safer to use death counters, but if you're not really familiar with Starcraft, then you probably don't know how to use those. Yeah. So it would be like this. Here, I'll show you on my stream. So let's see. The trigger has to be player 1 commands at least one. Alexei Stukov. Just an example. Then we would do like, you can write a comment for your trigger to keep it organized. Then you do every 1 second, so that's 1,000 milliseconds. And then it would be like minimap ping, show a minimap ping, and then preserve trigger. Right, iQuery's, what you're talking about there is like the same thing I was wondering about for allied transmissions, like an ally's under attack or something. Being able to store dialogue for that sort of thing would be good. So basically this trigger every 1 second would recheck the condition of the player has a Stukov, and if true, it would ping the minimap. Oh, like generating the transmissions through the plugin? Yeah. Like if you're generating the text for that, it would definitely be impossible. Also, DF, I still don't know what you were going for with this this like bit of terrain that shows whatever's going on there. It looks like there's a terrain block. Well, I guess it's also there no matter what, but I don't know. To me, it looks fucked up. On the reverse asphalt ramp. Yeah, voice acting is too important to not use, or to not include, so you kind of have to have it. I don't know what this other one is for. Why is that there? Nobody may know. Yeah, a text-to-speech generator. That would potentially be useful. I think this was before I used dithering, so I wonder if it's even useful. Why is it that I organized it in the installation or the Badlands port folder, but not anywhere else? Mongolia, by the way. Hi, Connor. Yeah, all those tiles are, the tile set is in the Hydra MPQ and or EXE, so you should be able to grab it from the public commit. Or if you already have it downloaded, like I assume you do, you can probably just extract it there. Well, if you end up finishing it, DF, just let me know and I'll replace it in my files. This doesn't trigger me at all, by the way. Yeah, that's a good point. I will have to do that at some point. I can just find all the blue pixels and desaturate them a lot with like replace color or something. There you go. I think this is actually fine. DF, this is set up so that it's like... Yeah, okay. So this is actually fine. I don't need to fuck with this at all. So just grab this. Say... Roof. Lighting. If you could process the plating in the same way that you did to make it brighter for the doodad BMP DF, that would be pretty nice. I'll send you the doodads that I've got here. It's okay, Alexander. Your excuse can also be that you've not played it that much. An entire tile set's worth of terrain right here, guys. Yeah, well, at some point I am going to blend it with space. I have to, for one of the missions. So, don't you worry. That will happen. What? I think for pre-placed units, you just have to have a good argument for it. Like, the argument against pre-placed units is that they stifle skill expression. And they... the reason why they do that is because they restrict the number of strategies that a player can reasonably they do so in an artificial manner, right? It's not like the AI was doing its own counter strategy. So the source of what makes certain strategies that the player may like non-viable, the source of that is not an alienable advantage, right? It's completely impossible to counter pre-placed units because they're pre-placed. You can't stop them from existing, right? So, like, that's the main argument against them. And so if you can find a way to make it so that the pre-placed units aren't a considerable advantage, then there's not really much of a problem, I don't think. Right. I mean, early aggression could be possible if the player also had a decent amount of pre-placed units, or if the pre-placed units were for the purpose of some sort of scripted sequence, like an AI ally that has pre-placed units, clears out an AI enemy that has pre-placed units, or does battle with them and otherwise occupies them. That sort of early aggression can then be manifested if the player works alongside their AI ally or just ends up using their AI ally to their advantage in some way. But you got to be careful with that because, again, of information control, you know, if you have a good principle of information control, you're going to immediately see why that could be problematic for helping the player to understand what they're actually doing. So... Right. Well, that's the other thing, is like if the AI is doing something in the early game themselves with those units, and it doesn't result in the player getting absolutely annihilated at the beginning of the match, then theoretically it's not that big of a deal. Because that, you know, as long as early action on the player's behalf is still facilitated and a wide variety of strategies are still considered viable, and the AI is using these units for some particular goal, things are fine, I think. Right. And so, really, you don't get into environments where you can comfortably handle that sort of thing until way later. Until the point where you are... like, until the scale of the map is much higher, more or less. So... that looks like the edge tiles of something. Hold on. So we have 2304. Okay. Yeah, at some point I'll finish that conversion. I've just been really busy with a bunch of other shit. I would have done more for it, but it was like a lot of nonsense. Oh. I have a feeling this is the substructure blend of... This is something. I don't know what this is, but... Yeah. The equivalent of water, basically. The cliff water stuff. So anyway, I can take this, set that up. So this is substructure cliff. I'll prep this anyway. Well, I actually haven't looked at Red Alert too much. I did extract a bunch of shit from Tiberian Sun, but all of the vehicles and stuff are voxels, and I have no idea how to convert those to sprites, if it's even feasible. So. I thought there might be a guide somewhere, but I also didn't look very hard, so... There probably is somebody who's done it before and who has a half-decent explanation. But that seems like a lot of work to do for what amounts to a placeholder. It's already a lot of work to do to amount to a placeholder for most of this shit. Not to mention the edits that would be required to most of them to make them fit in Starcraft's setting, art style. Oh. Dynamo sent me the dog. I don't have Red Alert 2 installed anymore, so I can't actually extract the files. You might be able to make creep buildable. The creep edges won't be if you use spy tile for that. There's probably just some GPTP shit you can do. Some sort of memory patch. But I wouldn't know where to even start to look for that. Iquare and I discussed making allied creep buildable, but I felt it was not a good solution. I don't think we ever implemented anything related to it technically, but he may have explored something. Could be helpful, I'm not sure. Dog. Oh. I don't know why somehow I zoomed in everything. It's kind of retarded. Apparently I'm hungry. I don't really feel hungry though. I think that's a fake news from my stomach. Oh yeah, you could set them to require creep, but then they wouldn't be buildable anywhere else. I think another way to do it is if you just set the race of all of them to Zerg, but that will fuck up a bunch of other stuff, particularly related to AI. So I don't actually recommend that, unsurprisingly. Alright, what was that? This looks like it's substructure plating edge. No, if you just set them to Zerg and have them, they don't spawn creep. It's just that the AI would break because it would be trying to build. Well, it would fuck up the supply if they were supposed to give supply. That's a more pressing issue. Yeah. So like I said, your best bet is probably just to ask iClear. Is it just me or are most of these tiles the same fucking thing anyway? What happened here? Oh, maybe there is some differences. I don't know. I'm not seeing too many. I've seen like 3 or 4 variants so far, and I've got way more than that in terms of number of tiles hooked up here. Okay, game. And these are the corners, the outer corners. These are south-facing edge, and here come north-facing edge, I think. Would make sense. Yeah. So those are those. We've got the corners here. We have some inner corners. And we have some blends. Okay, so there are actually differences between these. Alright, so there's 2 variants of the, these edge blends. So this is sub, plating, edge. I fucked the tiling of those? I don't even know what that means. There is no way you can do isometry with new tiles, so... You can do rectangular for main tiles, like centerpiece, but those are the barriers. Those are the border tiles between sub-panel and substructure. So... There was no way to keep tiling intact as soon as I decided I was going to import it somewhere else. If you feel me. What does that mean, though? Why does that matter? They're for you to select in your SEM draft tile set index. You would never place those tiles next to each other, so I don't see what that has to do with anything. Oh, well, I already closed it. Oh, you just mean the last stuff. That literally does not matter, though. Like, that gives you no advantages, but I'll do it for you because you decided it was worthy of messaging me about. Yeah, you learn to give up OCD as soon as you start working with Starcraft tiles. Or at least channel it for a productive purpose. So we're gonna do some fuckery with blending the well, for one, I could see blending bottomless pit into like masking out the bottomless pit in these and using the substructure cliff as border with dirt or something like that. That could very easily become a reality. But we'll see. I have to blend the roof tiles with dirt at some point. So this is bottomless pit cliff. It's included in the colors thing. If you go to the mega folder that has the PCX files, there's a TXT file that has all that information. I think it's just called color list or something. I use it in Notepad++, so it's probably not formatted correctly. Well, you can get the same shit from the resource list. But it's probably not formatted correctly for something like standard Notepad.
This is planet Earth, the very beginning of its life.
We got a similar shit on our hands here for subpanels. Yeah, I just mean for if you were trying to preview it. I have not looked at it, what it looks like in Notepad, so... Gotta get up for a stretch pretty soon. Almost done organizing all these though. I have to reorganize structure for the Badlands tile set as well. Well, I don't have to reorganize it, I already organized it. But... I guess I'll do it from the top. Sub panels. So this is plating. I don't even know what this is. This looks like it might belong with, oh yeah, so this is like the water border shit of, I know exactly what this is. I wish they didn't include these at the bottom of the tile set. It's so easy to miss them, as they're not particularly large collections. I missed them for, in the jungle tile set, for example. At least I know to look for them now. Well, I pranked myself there. Did all that selection work. Always shocks me how little effort was placed into the installation tile set. It's like they didn't even give a fuck. You can tell that because of the installation maps themselves, of course, but what an infuriation. I still can't believe they thought it would be a good idea to spawn infested Terrans underneath Tassadar in Into the Darkness. They actually did do that. They follow you around with the location and everything. Like, that was their idea of gameplay. Where if you live with like 3 HP or something, if you have full shields. Ridiculous. Well, full shields and full HP, of course. Nice. Alright. We have done that. We now have ourselves a lovely list of shit. So now we just have to do this one. Oh, it looks like I never did this. Well, hold on then. I'll do it now. I got everything else. Yeah, looks like it. Zerg Cerebrid fag off. I like that. Right on time. They've been gradiented. Gradiented.
No kidding, Connor.
Well, I assume it's for his Mapcrap. No. Well, UED commander said I'm not allowed, so BRB, gotta use my bathroom break time. Bye. Alright, I'm back. Put you on my desktop without my camera for a bit 'cause I'm switching. Oh, good night, Scarlet. Thanks, Connor. Your Mapcrap hook will be used, your knife hook rather, will be used for bulwarks. Oh, is it intercepting right click on a certain unit to give it a different order? And to maybe issue an order to the unit that was right clicked on as well? That would be useful. At least it sounds like it's one half of that puzzle. Couple minutes here of stretching. Just did 2 Wim Hofs. Excellent. Do recommend. It's like a fucking jolt of adrenaline, because that's exactly what it is. Right, yeah. So basically it'll allow us to give the bulwark, or give them the order to move to the bulwark, and then the bulwark will detect that and move towards the unit that did that, and provide shields, recharge shield. Or is the recharge shield order? Well, I'm turning that back on when I actually sit down. I'm stretching enough. You have trouble hearing me. Well, I can do this. I turned the music down. Maybe that will help. I was asking if the recharge order is actually given to the unit or given to the shield battery. Like, when you right-click a unit, is it just move to shield battery? Like, if you take a unit and you right-click the shield battery, is that what that order actually is, given to that unit? That was almost a disaster. Okay.
All right, I'm back. For real this time. And not permitted.
Okay, so our next step is to add all of the tiles that we just put together. And there you go. Pop them in.
Wave them in, wave them out.
Maybe not. Why would those be like that? I indexed them with Badlands, did I not? I guess I didn't. I'm pretty sure I did. Pretty sure these have all been done over in that way. Oh, no wonder. Good night, Connor. Thanks for hanging out. Oh wait, would I? No, I guess that's fine. Oh. I must have lost the, This is roof center. Too cringy, you say? I feel like I'm missing the corner pieces for that, so... I'll leave some slots open for when I inevitably have to come back to that one. The fuck? Why is that grouped like that? Center. I'll do. Nice. Well, we have the whole installation tile set in Badlands. So, pretty epic. Now all we have to do is paint all the pathfinding, of course. Double check all of the unbuildable. Shit. Alright. That'll keep me busy for a bit. What's my theme? I have to involve Ahmed in my project. I'm not sure if DF is actually participating this time, but he would be the only other person that would probably grab that. Pretty much, yeah. He's got some cameo somewhere. Yeah, index disk works, yeah. Yes, the wiki is kind of its own meme, more or less. Like the idea that somebody would put in so much effort into well, I've never played the campaigns, so I can't really speak to their quality or lack thereof, but it seems to be a lot of effort for a little gain. But hey, if that guy finds it, Stratos finds it useful, then cool. More power to him. I have seen I have seen that it exists. That is as much as I can say. I have seen. Is it any surprise that the man is... I mean, you can tell he's dedicated for big effort and little gain if you look at his Battle.net post count and the old forums when it still tracked his posts. Whew. He had like 10,000 or 15,000 or something. Like, I think it still tracks your posts now, but the forums got moved over, so he lost all of his progress. Ed Wood. I feel like I should know that. In fact, I'm pretty sure I do know that from somewhere. He makes like really bad films, presumably. What's up, Hit High? I'm working on a Mapcrap, and it's a map that has to have Ahmed in it. That's my theme. And right now I'm working on porting the entire installation tile set into Badlands. I'm just painting the pathfinding and height right now. And then I've got to make some... I've got to Photoshop some transitionary tiles over. So that I can actually blend the two tile sets together. But the first step is done. Second step is what I'm doing now. And then third, because 3, is finishing the... those transitionary tiles I was talking about. Right now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these tiles up here. They're kind of hard to see at this resolution, but it's the top of the roof. I'm going to take the roof and I'm going to mask out the floor below it, and then replace that with dirt and or high dirt. And so that will be like the structure outside, instead of it being floor. Like, these will be the walls of the structure, and outside of that will be the dirt. No, Brood War AI has its own... Brood War AI is the language. It's like ASC3 or SCAI, I guess would be the right way to call it. Starcraft AI. That's the programming language. But That's mostly just for syntax. It's very like basic. We use a Python-based tool to encode the AI, which is what you might be thinking of. Like to actually compile it into the format that the game can read. Right, yeah. What iCore said. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it in action too. It's this has actually been something I'm supposed to be doing for Hydra, this tile set conversion. So I just found a way to make the stuff for Mapcrap work for it, basically. So once I'm like, assuming I do a good enough job that I don't need to redo it or redo any other work associated with it, I could just take this exact file that I'm working with right now and turn that into the Hydra tile set file, because the changes to the Jacobs installation, you might have been here when I was talking about this last, but the changes to the Terran mission, the Jacobs installation, are such that you're actually playing a build and destroy mission. It's just that one player has infiltrated the installation and the other player is outside providing backup. So that's the idea anyway. I think this is supposed to be one of those... yeah, that's supposed to be a blend with the other one. That's the only reason why it would be here. So I've got to fix that for the other thing as well. So like Raynor will be there'll be like a set piece where you see a broken wall behind the first player's starting location, and that'll be like, oh, Raynor bombed his way into the installation or something, or a busted ass door or something like that. And the idea would be that, you know, that's like visual storytelling of how that player got in there, and there'll be a small set of resources that he gathers, and he is encouraged to field smaller armies to fit through the nooks and crannies, and because there's not that much money. So even if he had more money, it wouldn't necessarily help him that much because of the fact that he would be if trying to fit in real tight spaces. So that's the idea for now, and I think it'll work out pretty well. These look like the same tile. Oh, there is a subtle difference. But meanwhile, this one is virtually identical. Both players are going to be macro, yeah. Did I have any experience in Photoshop before I worked on modding tile sets? Pretty much none. Like, I knew a little bit of how to use it, but it was all knowledge that was like for actual image manipulation. It wasn't knowledge that really helped me for what this needed. So like the biggest thing that you can do, like the first tile set edits I did were for Inconsummate, a project you may or may not have heard of. It had a bunch of corpse doodads basically. So I made a bunch of corpse doodads and I littered them around the battlefield, and I definitely overused them and it looked kind of bad to say the least. But the first thing that I learned after that, and one of the reasons why they looked so blurry and fucked up, is because when I would transform like say we'll make a quick shape here. When I would transform make a transformation of something, my interpolation was set to something that would blur it. So my biggest encouragement for you is like you got to familiarize yourself with what tile sets and what certain other things actually need. And the difference between that and what you would do for an actual image manipulator. Like if you're trying to make a wallpaper or something, it might behoove you to have your interpolation set up so that it blurs things when you're resizing them. But if you're trying to resize something with a lot of pixels and you're or not very many pixels, I guess, like a low resolution asset, it will mostly, it's better to preserve the hard edges by using nearest neighbor. So that would be like when you hold control and hit T to transform, that menu would pop up. You just set it to nearest neighbor. The program will always remember it. And if you ever doing an image size change, which is like image size, I have it set to Control Alt I. I don't know if that's a default hotkey or not. Down here, you'll also have to do this for resample image, ticket, and hit nearest neighbor. Those are like those two things alone were like, because I didn't do those, it didn't matter how good I got at editing tiles until I figured that out. My tiles always looked like shit. So that's like the biggest thing that I can sort of impart on you. It's almost like trivia for the program, but it's really important trivia for this particular thing. Otherwise, it's just like you're going to get familiar with how things go. I would also recommend getting familiar with Photoshop Actions, which basically batch process certain things. Like one thing that I use all the time is I've recorded myself making a guide every 32 pixels, vertically and horizontally, for a ridiculous amount of guides. Like as you can see, the guide action is like crazy long. It's down here. It's like I'm scrolling all the way down, and there's a lot of them. So stuff like that, getting familiar with that, getting familiar with replace color as well, which just lets you replace colors sometimes locally, sometimes otherwise. Just messing around with that. Those two things are really big: guides and replace color, in addition to the nearest neighbor interpolation. So I know that was like all at once, but if you can take those 3 notes down and look at those, that would be the biggest thing. T is indeed Tony. All right, let me go back up and read some more. It is exciting to hear that you're interested in making tile edits, though, because most people don't do that. Icor has played around with it. DF obviously is like the actual art guy of the group, and he is responsible for like a lot of the ramps and stuff that weren't just kit bashes that I made. But most people just before in Consummate at least didn't even have any interest, it seemed, in making custom tiles. Like Metathrom did a little bit, but a lot of it was like ports from other games that it didn't look right. And I think that Bounce Him Up guy did some tile editing, but I don't know how extensive it was for his Critter campaign. That might have just been... I saw some tile set files imported is what I was thinking. I'm pretty sure I saw those in the MPQ at some point. But because it's so kind of underexplored, and especially because I am among the only people who are interested in doing it, it always excites me if I hear that somebody's interested in it. It's like custom AI or voice acting. If I hear somebody's making a project with these things that I consider foundational and fundamental for a custom campaign or even a custom scenario, and really important to have, you're already going to pique my interest a lot more than just the average run-of-the-mill campaign that has no custom voice acting, no custom mod, no custom tiles, no custom AI. Like, you're putting yourself already above most people. If you're saying, I aspire to be able to learn how to do this well, and I'm going to make that mission, So, the other thing, as with anything, I would encourage you to experiment, see what you can do, see what you can't do, see what your weaknesses are, see what your strengths are. And after like a month or two of experimentation, you can really sit down and figure out what you want to improve on and, what lessons you were able to learn and stuff. And also, feel free to pilfer any resources that I or my contributors have put together. They're open source in a licensing standpoint or whatever. Like, obviously, we don't make any legal claims to it, but what that means is I want people to use them if they find them useful. So that's my last little spiel on that. Both players will be macro. Will there still be data disk? Yeah, I think that's still going to be the goal, is extract the data disk. It's just going to be really hectic because you have to fight through the Confederates and deal with the Zerg on the outside and Confederate reinforcements on the outside. It's going to be really fun. Really messy. Will I include Heyman in the new Hydra? Yeah. Heyman is... that'll probably be one of those things where, like, in the early on in the game, you'll the Confederates will attack you, and Raynor will say, "Hey, man," as his greeting to the Confederates or something. But yes, Christopher, I'm redoing Hydra from the ground up. I've already done a significant amount of work. That's where like all the custom units are from. I can't believe you didn't pick up on that. Most of my streams were for that. Stormborn was heavily associated with Hydra. I used the same mod. Yeah, so like that's my big name project, if you will. I'm also redoing in Consummate because I want to move forward with the story and the characters from that campaign, but the existing writing as well as everything about the execution of the campaign is really poor. So I'm not super interested in I don't want to move on until I've sort of gone back and fixed up the unfinished business I have with that. Yeah, no problem. And anytime, like, since I'm streaming pretty much every day now, like I haven't missed a day since early November for one of these mod streams. You can feel free to pop in, and anytime you see me streaming, just ask me some questions. I'll be happy to take a break from whatever I'm doing to, you know, go into further explanation and all that stuff. And all the VODs are on my YouTube channel as well, so if you remember that, oh yeah, on this, what is today? On the 11th, Pronogo explained this to me, and you can like go back and search for that, although that's kind of arduous. But and if you want more real-time help from people, myself and other people, you can always hop in the Discord server if you're not there already, and we will be happy to answer questions there. And I do recognize that there's a lot of projects and not a lot of time to work on them, which is what Chris was typing earlier. I don't really think it's perfectionism. Like, I recognize the limitations of the engine, and part of the exploration of the project in the first place, like when you actually playtest it, is you're seeing what limits still exist, and you're trying to come up with ways to work around those. And, you know, in extreme situations, you will have to make concessions, because when you're modding, even when you're making a game, I think, from scratch, but especially when you're modding and using somebody else's engine, you always have to make concessions. It's never going to be exactly as ideal as you want it to be, or exactly the perfect thing in your head that it was before you started to lay it down in execution, to say nothing of your own limitations based on, you know, your own skills or whatever. So I recognize that, and it's not something that I want to take lightly. It is something, though, that I think it's just one of those things that it shouldn't limit me just because I feel like, oh, there's a chance that I'm going too ham on certain projects or whatever. I don't think that should limit me or stop me from pursuing it. So hopefully that makes some sense. Like, maybe I don't ever complete anything again. I think that's unlikely considering how frequently I'm working on stuff, but I recognize that there is potential for that. Oh wait, no, this is where I was realizing that, oh no, this is fine. That's appropriate, actually. Yes, we will definitely complete Toddborn. I'm not worried about that. Oh, another thing you're going to learn, Head High, is when you start to use PyTile, which is what I recommend, even despite all of its flaws, for editing these things, you're going to learn just how finicky it can be, and how many times you think you've got a good setup going on for your tiles. You're like, all right, they blend perfectly, and then you put them in the editor, and you notice like 3 pixels are missing or something, and it just destroys you. Become very familiar with constantly throwing your shit in and out of Photoshop. I still think that Vanilla Hydra probably needs the unit limit extender for in-game maps, like number of units. And we need to find some alternative to that other thing, whatever it was called. Oh, did I already do this one? We have to find some alternative to More Bullets Yay, the plugin from Nave. Well, I guess we have to make some alternative, I should say. I should be more specific. All right, I'm going to go ahead and assume that that is what we needed to do there. This can just be high. And this can be... Well, I can set these to high too and then fix them in after the fact. Oh. I pranked myself. That confused the shit out of me. Though I guess it doesn't take much to do that. Oh, it's supposed to be medium. Yeah, that's true too. It's very likely that I'm missing some details because it's so hard for me to see the actual tiles and what I'm actually working with right now. Maybe not. Maybe it's all good, actually. Alright, so we know none of these are actually messing around with pathfinding, so we can ignore those. I wonder how many revisions Blizzard went through before they settled on this exact terrain system. And why they didn't stick with the one where they could have an arbitrary number of cliffs. Fucking pranksters. Oh, another point against the idea, by the way, that, working on so many projects stops you from ever really completing anything or stops you from completing everything. Every project actually improves your workflow in addition to your skills. You'll find as you get more experienced with projects, obviously you get better at making projects. That would be the ideal world anyway. Not everybody can say that, I guess. But the other thing you'll find is that you expand the pool of assets that you have at your disposal, and you refine your techniques so that you can work more efficiently, producing the same or greater quality at a faster pace. And in terms of like asset production. So a very obvious example for this would be script writing. Writing better dialogue. The more dialogue that you write, the better assuming you're actually thinking about it and thinking how it can be improved and critiquing it and being honest about it. You can turn that into a very obvious area of growth, where you become better at writing dialogue. So the same is true for, refining your process of more menial things. In fact, you'll be even more motivated to refine your process for shit that you're not really that interested in, but you understand is vital, which is stuff like terrain. Like this is not very mentally stimulating work that I'm doing here, but I understand it's incredibly important to have custom tiles that are not only custom and so well made in a visual sense, but also function correctly in terms of gameplay. And, that's a very natural sort of conclusion to draw upon. But when you reach that conclusion and you're committed with your work ethic, you will find ways to simplify the process and produce, again, equivalent or higher quality, but at a faster rate. And that's basically what I've done here, is I've refined my process of importing and modifying these tiles a lot. So not only that, but every tile that I make, that as long as I don't have to go back and remake it because I've leveled up my process so much that the quality is no longer acceptable, which is unlikely for stuff like this. I've reached kind of an apex of that. So long as that's not the case, you'll find that a lot of your tiles are cross-compatible with different projects. So that also helps. Really, the only thing I think that would stop me is if somehow I became disinterested. Like, obviously, there's a bunch of shit that would stop me. You know, an injury or fatality would do it pretty quickly. But those notwithstanding, if I just stopped being interested, that would be the quickest way for me to stop doing it. But I genuinely do enjoy it. A couple times I wondered if it was sunken cost fallacy, where I'm thinking like, you know, I don't know, what would I do if not this? But, and like wondering if that was the reason why I was reticent to stop. But as it turns out, I actually do want to make this kind of content. So. Do I accidentally have a grenade launcher sound effect somewhere? I can hand you what I use for the Cronade launcher, which might be useful. But it's like a repeater. It launches 4, so I have a feeling you probably won't be able to use it. I'll see if I have a single fire version of it lying around in the same folder. Well, hold on, let me make sure this matches. Oh, okay. Ally bug is not supported. Oh shit! You actually also launch 4. That's funny. In that case, I'll just send you the ones that I need. Or the ones that I use, rather. I don't even know. Let's see if we can find him. I'm not quite sure. It is you. Well, it's not those. Oh dear. There you go, I found him. I put him in the Mapcrap one. No, command icons are needed for anime.
What are you doing here? Why are you
Oh, were you able to help Veek compile his shit? He said that he wasn't able to compile A's for some reason. I may not be able to compile A's either, so we'll see what happens. Oh, okay. Yeah, I said they are required. Much to your chagrin, I'm sure. Thanks and mwah. Mwah. I had that open this whole time and I could have closed it at any time. XD. Hope you guys enjoyed my song. Soul Hunter! Cause. Oh, okay. Thanks for being a nice guy. Oh yeah, I've got to do height for everything else that I was just doing. XD. You Hunter. Coincidentally, an excellent file path. Souls. Yeah, no kidding. That music system is going to be so important for Inconsummate in particular. Of course, assuming Balethal is still good to make the music. He had some promising progress a while ago. But I think he's got it. He can do it. Ah! I wonder if I could get away with listening to Guar. Would I get copyright blown? It's like bear blown, but different. Where? Alright, bye. Yes, the entire OST of Inconsummate, in addition to whatever you requested. So, quite a few indeed. OSG? The fuck is that? Oh. Check me out on Instagram. Felt like singing that. Don't know why. Sometimes you can't explain it. Sun goes up, sun goes down. Ah. Okay, guys. Gay guys. Right, exactly. And then we can pretty much do whatever we want. Oh. Just as I suspected. M. That can be pathable. Hey. The fuck? Oh, those are the old ones. That's right. I skipped some. I was wondering how the fuck that happened. How much more do I have to do? I think I just have to do this. Oh yeah, and then those. We're pretty close to the end here. Oh, okay. There's been a lot of random motor show sounds today. I don't know how many of them actually came through the mic, but when I was doing my BRB earlier, it's decidedly motor showy. Wonder how chaotic things would get if you could just start building on just a little bit more previously unbuildable terrain, like up against cliffs or something. How many times you would see some serious breakages? I hope I'm not getting carried away again with my Mapcrap submission. That would be a damn shame. At least, like, once I'm done with this stream... Oh, shit, it's already 1. Never mind. At least, probably by the end of today, I'll have finished all of the tile-related shit. So, I'll finish this and then take a break and come back for Fraud Night in an hour and a half. Thankfully, this is actually fairly simple stuff. I'll have to get a little bit more awake for the doodads, but shouldn't be that big of a deal. It would be so much easier if it was right click to raise and left click to lower or something. Or maybe middle click to lower for height. Just about done with these, and I can move on to the easier ones. feel like I just confused the shit out of myself as usual. Okay, let's take another look at these. No, I think that's right. That makes sense. But I don't know about the second row here. Like, in theory, this should be completely free. And then... Okay. So, yeah. I guess it would be something like this. Then I just do this real quick. I guess. I have no idea. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. For these. I don't know. We'll see when I plug it in, obviously, but I'll go with this method. And tweak it later if necessary. Because even though it doesn't look like it, what's actually happening here, these are transitionary, they're like outer cornered pieces. So you don't want anything pathing in there. If you can help it. Okay. Oh, okay. Mega Smash. Probably also my dog. Oh yeah, okay, so that's like an inner corner with a very specific combo of shit. That's fine. No, this is a 2-day one, like all the others have been so far. Next one up is a full toilet. For 3 weeks, we will make a Valentine's Day map for one Valentine of our choice. Actually, this should be over here, right? This means it should probably be like this. I'll have an announcement video for the full toilet probably next Saturday. Because then it's 2 weeks from that announcement date. Maybe I'll wait until 1 week out and then make the announcement. That kind of makes more sense to me. You can always adjust your sends in game and in other environments as well. There's probably some Windows setting, but maybe you like being a a high sends player. Though I will say, if you can master having a high sensitivity, it's pretty much impossible. Like, that's like playing the game with cheats on at a high level. Unlikely any of us get to a high level in that game, but... So in this particular case, we can do a little bit of pathability, walkability. And we'll keep the other one unpathable. That will be that. So much better organized now, man, let me tell you. Should these be unbuildable? I don't really think so, but that's fine. No, let's just keep these completely pathable. That's what I say. Well, I don't know why most of these cranes are destroyed in some way. It seems a little odd. But okay, Blizzard. Oops. You! What's up, Shirk? You joining us for Fraud Night in an hour and 18 minutes? Hey, at least you bought it for me, so I have it. I don't know about anybody else. It was close. Almost didn't make it. Epic prank. I could imagine something really dumb happening if we played that game. Well, I guess I can imagine many really dumb things happening, but you get the idea. Stronghold Legends. Are these the last ones I have to do? Oh no, I have to do the ramps. Almost the last. Good, Evil, and Ice? Why those ones? Why are those the factions? Explain that. Pepsi and Chicago Bulls are DLC factions? That sounds like an acid trip. What a shitty ramp. There we go. We made it better. All right. I think we've got everything. Oh, wait, no. I have to do height. Fuck. Okay. I wonder if these ones on the left blend with these ones. I know these two blend together. Strange behavior. Or maybe... No, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Nobody knows. Nobody can know. No, I guess I won't bother with that one then. Alright, now I think we're done. But obviously I have to preview it in the tile set to be sure.
Infidel!
You. What the fuck? Hmm. Okay. Should be fine. All right, so I've blocked out the stuff. I'm just going to quickly run through and make sure I have the right unbuildable tiles. I guess those traps could be built on, considering they don't actually seem to... Like, I feel like they could realistically be built on that way. It doesn't seem like it's a big deal for them. So let's do that. Make that buildable. Rest seems good. Now the obviously the harder part is like finding out if if anything I fucked up. I can already see that I failed to make these walkable for some reason. I must have just been operating under the fallacious assumption that I had already done this. Alright, so that's fixed. Funny that it was precisely mirrored. Dun dun dun. Bing bing pong. Everything seems fine for now. Those are old tiles. I don't have to worry about those. Oh. Apparently I fucked this up. Without meaning to. All right, continuing my journey here. Let's see. Looks like we flubbed a corner. One of these. I just didn't fix that. All right, that looks good. Surprisingly, not very many issues. And then take a look at the height. I can see something. Alright, it's a little confusing to look at, but it seems accurate. Though the ramps might need some work. And yeah. Specifically, this tile is still the wrong one. Double check that for high ground real quick. Yeah, actually everything seems fine. Alright, so we fixed those issues anyway. Now let's get our walls in place, shall we? I'll just be using the same tile as a placeholder here. Same for the this one. So I'm actually not sure how I'm going to control getting in here. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, this should lead into substructure, so it's the same height, and then there'll be a ramp inside. So now I gotta go find a good substructure wall. Yeah. This seems like it would make more sense anyway, visually as like a blend with dirt. But of course, if you're blending it into something else, then who knows what you might use. Like if you're blending it into high dirt, it makes more sense to use the floor wall or the roof wall. So we will need to mask that out. I'll have to make a couple of different variants of the cliff there. For the sake of the different tiles that live below it. Okay. So now we have something that we can actually work with. And we can do something like this around the edges here. Right. Let's see. We'll have to use some tricky shit here to fix this up. I think. Oh, okay. Lovely conversation you're overhearing. What is that? Is that just noise? It's like aggravated by the palette, maybe? I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like these fit. Maybe I moved it over by accident. What the fuck? How does SEM drift even do that? Yeah, it looks like those got offset by 1 pixel. I can fix that fairly easily. Good to know that that's the case, though. Now, once we hermetically seal it, we're going to be looking at, you know, obviously basically just an installation map within the Badlands map, which is going to be pretty cool. So that means we kind of want a reverse ramp here, now that I'm thinking about it, but we don't have one. So I'll probably have to do some really silly tile morphing. Anyway, let me fix that before I go. That's not what I meant to start. Why did I click on the alien? Eddie Bravo is going to come here and give me a kiss. SMH. Alright. What is it? Substructure doodad. No, substructure cliff doodad. Why? It doesn't look like it's offset by a tile. So what happened? Yeah, it looks fine. Now what if we go into the version that we actually imported with? Are we going to find something different? Because I don't think I touched them. No, it's still fine. How is that happening then? Because it's very much impossible to argue with the idea that these are off center. Like, just look at them. Yeah, so this tile actually has a bit of black in the selection, but this is completely black. There's nothing else on it. Ooh, okay. So it looks like it got offset somehow anyway. I'm trying to see if I can see it. Good fucking luck. I'm not sure how that happened. Are these offset? No, that's fine. Is this offset? That's fine. Alright, so I'll have to fix that anyway. It seems like this is fine in my experience. Like if we pop the guides in real quick, we'll see what I'm talking about. Oh. We'll see that I was incorrect about that. Where's the, hold on, let me find the actual source file, because this might be a DF fraud moment, or it might be a me fraud moment. I would expect it to be me, but you never know. Maybe it's MEF instead of DF. Okay. So we'll paste this here. Yeah, alright, it was a MEF fraud moment. I am the fraud. Got to do some repairs here. Some shit that the palette didn't correct. And I think we're good. Well, I'll probably have to do this for a couple of different things now that I think about it. Alright, so we fixed that. We have also repaired some of the other stuff. I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah. 'Twas the wind again. Concrete jungles of Chicago, by the way. Okay, never mind. There's a lot of this that I have to fix in here. Holy moly. Thump thump. Alright, good news is that's the starting point. What we just did was the lowest. No, this is, I've listened to this so many times, you just have missed it. It's, but I like shit that has energy. Unfortunately, this song has that really dumb, like, DJ moment where he has to stop the music so that he can rant at you. And that pretty much ruins the song for me.
See if I can spot any more uggos. Aha. Thought I got these. Wish I had caught that earlier before I imported them at all, but it's okay. Okay. So it just turns out that I had missed that little bit down there. Okay. Done that. This should be much quicker by comparison. Basically, the problem is with the floor tile itself, but nothing I can really do about that, unfortunately. It's a limitation of the palette. One thing that I am impressed about is, besides that stupid DJ moment, this mix is pretty consistent with its energy. Naturally, there's one more set of TISM that I've got to fix. Oh, I think that was it. If I'm lucky. I guess I'll do this. Wow. Wait. Okay, never mind. I think that's it. Cool. All right, so we fixed all those graphical problems that we were just encountering, and now I've got to export all of the data from the pathfinding and height, and then re-import the affected materials. And so that's like well, it's a lot of stuff. So the tile set's going to get kind of ballooned. But we'll get that done, and we will, at some point anyway, in addition to fixing that off stream, I will do the masking for these, and then we will have, in theory, a perfectly blended interaction where you can go from one tile set to another without any issues in terms of what you're actually getting into. So that's pretty exciting. Obviously, I didn't really get too far with the outline of my map, but since the map is so small, I don't think that's a huge issue. Like, there's going to be a base area over here and a base area up here and maybe down here, and then there's going to be one base that's inside the installation itself. And I might even add a couple of other installation areas, like smaller areas, like maybe one over here or something, in addition to maybe like one up here. And that way there will be like a bit more visual variety. It won't just be a single area that kind of feels maybe even a little out of place despite all the blending work that I'm going to do. And that is my plan for now. So I will leave it at that. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for crapping with me. We'll be back in about an hour to do some frauding. So see you then.